So on the cash equity open, noting stocks joining losses in bonds as hotter than estimated inflation data bolstered speculation that the Federal Reserve will be in no rush to cut interest rates. In 10 minutes time now at 9:45 a.m. Eastern Time, expect the release of the Bank of Canada's rate decision, widely expected to see no change at 5%. With this, we see the release of the Bank of Canada rate statement as well. Biden says that inflation is down more than 60% from its peak, but more is needed.
Morning, guys. Is volume okay on stream? Music, narrator, me, are they all okay? Or do I need to adjust? All good? Okay. Pivots are holding so far. Just need to watch as we try to test the highs here from our opening candle. Looks like we want to go for yesterday's value lows. So just watch as we push into 200 on NQ, 209 on ES. See if this is a failure at the highs and a pushback down to take out the lows. we've got quite the gap above us. We rejected 74s again on ES for the, I don't know, fourth time. Been a huge resistance. I think it's 74s. Let me go look. Yeah. Yep. Same levels, right? There's been a major resistance. So you actually saw pre-market us hit it again and then immediately sell. So someone clearly still positioned there at this 74.84, which has been our pivot for quite some time. But hit them this morning and then immediately sell off with news. Build our RTH gap on ES, and now just kind of transacting between yesterday's value low and our RTH gap fill from 84 from this session way back here. Way back here. I think it's this one. I don't know. I can't even load the data. But yeah, we basically just need to see if we can get back into this balance that we've been trading in for, I don't know, 2 weeks. Or if this is now going to be our failure, right? We get back in, recover, and pop again. To at least do half of this retrace, right? Like right up to here or something. I don't know. Or is this going to be the catalyst that finally gets us out of this range and pushes us down? So just kind of figuring that out right now. Not too sure yet. The only thing we know is that we had a huge move down and the market was pretty bearish about it. But we did come down to some, let's say, pretty key supportive levels on NQ and ES.
Time now at 9:45 a.m.
So we just need to see if we can get back into this balance or not.
Canada rate decision are widely expected to keep rates unchanged at 5%. And with this, we see the release of the Bank of Canada rate statement as well. So seeing the S&P 500 consumer staples sector hits over a 1-month low, lost down over 1% now. As we're just less than a minute away now to the Bank of Canada rate decision.
More news. Hate to see it. This is retest NQ here.
10 seconds.
Yesterday value low. Our 200.5. 10 seconds until news. Need to see acceptance above.
Rate
or
remains
expect
unchanged
sellers
at
to be
5%
here.
as expected. Seeing the rate statement here, Bank of Canada's Macklem notes that the further decline we've seen in core inflation is very recent. It says we need to be assured that it's not a temporary dip. It says with gasoline prices rising, CPI is likely to remain around 3% in the coming months. Bank of Canada considers how much longer to keep rates at 5%. It is looking for evidence that recent further easing in underlying inflation will be sustained, again according to Macklem. So again, CPI seen close to 3% during the first half of this year, moving below 2.5% in the second half, reaching 2% target in 2025 according to the Bank of Canada's forecasts. The Bank of Canada reiterates that it is focusing on balance between supply and demand, inflation expectations, wage growth, and corporate pricing power. Bank of Canada's Macklem says we expect core inflation to continue to ease gradually, and monetary policy is working, and growth in the economy looks to be picking up.
Back down
the Bank
to our
of Canada is
open
increasingly
here.
confident that inflation will continue to come down gradually, even as economic activity strengthens. Also says annualized Q4 GDP is seen at 1% versus the flat 0% that was seen in January. For Q1 of this year, they see 2.8% for GDP versus 0.5% seen previously. Q2, they see 1.5% GDP. And Bank of Canada note that higher gasoline prices are expected to keep CPI inflation again close to 3% for the second half of this year, before it eases to 2.5% in the second half.
So rejected yesterday value low, right? The low of our balance, and now piercing our open candle.
Forecast up to 1.5%.
You want to see a reoffer for continuation down?
In January, 2.2% next year. This is 2.4% seen previously, and 1.9% for 2026. Bank of Canada's Macklem notes that the shelter cost inflation is still very high, and some other services remain persistently high. Inflation again to average 2.6% this year versus 2.8% that was seen in January, 2.2% for next year, which is unchanged, and this year 2.1% for 2026. Bank of Canada notes that the Canadian economy is expected to return to balance in 2026. Potential output growth in 2024 is robust, reflecting a strong immigration. Bank of Canada notes that for current wage growth to become compatible with the 2% inflation target, productivity growth would need to increase substantially. Bank of Canada notes that shelter services price inflation is anticipated to moderate
Very
as
careful
growth
with
in
news,
mortgage
guys.
interest costs
Please.
diminish.
Size accordingly, understanding
So following
the
this
market.
release, just noting the loonie trimming declines after the Canadian Central Bank rate decision and
news.
subsequent statement.
We want to see this 130, 145 area ideally hold on NQ if you want more downside, or we're just going to retrace our open again. For ES, you need to see a break of the lows, and then 94s become resistance if you want any more downside. Morning, Flex.
So we have posted out the Bank of Canada's full rate statement on the feed for anybody interested. So again, Canadian dollar strengthened slightly. CAD JPY currently at around 111.655.
In 10 minutes time at 10 a.m. Eastern, we do get the US wholesale inventories month over month revised. Forecast 0.5%, prior 0.5%. We also get the US wholesale sales month over month. Forecast 0.8%, prior minus 1.7%.
So much news. I don't know why you guys complain. Movement's been easy as hell. Trading the same range. I don't like trading this kind of stuff. Where's your edge? Yeah, the only edge is trading into yesterday value and the rejection. That's it. Other than that, like, why are you taking a trade? What are you doing?
Chances of a Bank of Canada June rate cut reduced to roughly 40% from 70% before the policy decision, swaps
weakest
market data
open.
shows.
What do you want to happen? We just dropped like 30 points. BA, buddy. You're gonna have to go to Avery with that one, bud. BA. What are you doing trading BA? All I know is that they can assassinate someone and the stock goes up. So they're actually immune. It can be like common knowledge that they took out someone and no one cares. We just accepted it. Only thing I know about BA. so true, Adrian. I mean, I mean, trade whatever you want, man. I just have zero success with BA, so I'm not gonna pretend like I have any sort of edge. I just think that stock is garbage. Retesting yesterday value low here again, 209.50 on ES, 200.5 on Q. Need to see us be able to pierce above and hold, or this will continue to be our resistance, right?
In 5 minutes time at 10 a.m. Eastern, we get the US wholesale inventories month over month revised. Forecast 0.5%, prior 0.5%. We also get the US wholesale sales month over month. Forecast 0.8%, prior minus 1.7%.
Yeah, I'm feeling way better. I've actually been in a bed for 5 days, so what it feels like. It's good to not feel like absolute death. I'm probably still only going to do a half stream today and then go to sleep. Just give my body one last day to cover, but I do have some energy today at least. Wanted to die yesterday on stream. I just like got destroyed with sickness this weekend. Like half my friends were sick as well, so someone gave me something. I was just asleep for the weekend. And then yesterday too. And the day before that. Why I wasn't here on Monday. I was just dead. This weather isn't helping either. Yesterday it was 80 degrees. Today is 50 degrees. The day before that it was 45 degrees. The day before that it was 30 degrees. Now it's 50 degrees again. We should get a decision here in a second for direction. I need to see a pierce above and then a retest for this to be a long. As of right now, we just know that this is resistance. Morning, Surf.
1 minute remaining. I will lead with the US wholesale inventories month over month revised.
You have news in. So good luck. Again. If you're playing shorts off of yesterday value lows on either ES or NQ, please move to at least break even as we are coming into news. Again, yesterday value low
10
is
seconds.
resistance until proven otherwise. That goes without saying. It is up to you if you want to be trading into news.
The same as the forecast, 0.5%. And the US wholesale sales month over month, 2.3%, 2.3%, higher than forecast, 0.8%. FDIC chief says US ready if big Wall Street bank ever failed.
What?
US 5-year yield higher than 30-year for the first time since September. Are people attempting to trade this, or are you waiting? Yeah. Checking. Again, I mean, the only thing that you know is that the only edge you have is playing off of yesterday value. That's literally it. So if you didn't take that trade, then you're just playing at the bottom of the range, right? Like, that's it. Either we break the lows and hold, or you play off of yesterday's value. So if you didn't think that there was enough of an edge creating the break of balance and acceptance outside, you now have to be very patient. You can watch how we react into our PVZ low here.
Oh, I'm just saying, like, that was the only trade that made sense mechanically. I'm not trading. I'm waiting. But I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to have a setup that had required that had like any confidence, it's understanding that like until we see acceptance above yesterday value and a retest, that is resistance. That is just how the market works. So like if you needed edge, right, like that's the only edge that you have. So if you take a dumbass short now, right, in the middle of the range, and you think that you have edge, and you were unwilling to take one at value high, or at yesterday value low, just remember that, yikes, you know? All right, what other news do we have coming out?
Forex Euro USD down 1% to 1.0748. That's the biggest daily loss since July.
10:30. So nothing until 10:30. You have 25 minutes. Before more news, unless someone's talking. Which I don't know if Bowman is still speaking. It only works like half the time for me, Surf. Then I have to restart my PC. I don't know. Something broke it. I don't know how I feel about these candles. You like that better? About that. Back up to yesterday's value lows. See if we can pierce or if it'll stay resistance. You're playing off of yesterday's value. This is your first risk off into 74s on NQ from 200s. Just waiting for a break of this range. No change. Buyers want to hold 74s. Sellers want it to become resistant. If 74s hold, right, you want to see a push over 200s and then a supportive bid. Sellers want to push below 74s for a retest down at 36s. Just the middle. It's POC. You guys even talking about? Seen a lot of typing. If you're trading ES, this is your first risk off into 203s from 209.50, yesterday value low. True, Vark. This is where you want to see if sell side's in control here on you. If they can't get us back over POC, right? On the look below, you want to see the offer now hold 74.75 ideally for that last leg down back to 36, like 45 area, right? Just the bottom of value. I don't have a clear picture if we're going to get more or not. You've got ES holding value high on the day. Basically, just a super tight range between today's intraday value high and yesterday's value low. So we need to see a breach of either one of those for more of a move. I mean, you're just distracting yourself. Fark took the trade, man. Again, 203 is your first target if you're shorting yesterday value low at 209.50 on ES. Need to see, just like we saw in NQ, a pierce below our POC on the day, and then for that to go offer. Until then, we expect buy side to try to defend this edge. If they fail, right, then we can look for a push down to 196.50 as your next target. NQ coming into our secondary target here off of the failure from POCs. If you took the secondary short option off of the hold of 74s as resistance, right, you are now back to value low. We are at the low of balance now. Value to value. Either you are willing to trade your value edges, or you are waiting for a break out of value and then a hold. NQ retesting POC here at 74s. You've got Russell holding the highs. Would love to see 48.60 hold as supportive on this test. Yes, again, just kind of rotating around value high on the day and yesterday's value low, so not a ton here. Really relying on the Russell for continuation if you want the breakout, with NQ at the low of our range and the Russell at the high of our range, right? So one of these is going to have to shift, or you're going to get a continuation of this very mixed market. Hopefully that makes sense. Right, we have RTY here trying to hold value high. We have NQ at the mid to low of our range, while the Russell is at the high. So either the Russell fails to break and breaches back, right? Or NQ holds value low and comes back up. That is what you're looking for. You want confluence in the market, not this divergence. Understand that the Russell's really helping ES here. Retesting yesterday's value low here again at 209.50 on ES. Need to see the Russell be able to maintain this high. NQ into value high here at 89.75 with the Russell continuing on, right, on the breach of value high. So need NQ to be able to push over this 89.75 to 200 and make it supportive. Then you have the entire market moving as one.
at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast a build of 0.8 million on the prior build of 3.21 million, with a range of 3.5 million to -3 million. Gasoline inventories forecast a draw of 2.3 million on the prior draw 4.256 million. Distiller inventories forecast a draw of 1.382 million on the prior draw of 1.268 million, and crude Cushing inventories prior a draw of 0.377 million. We also get the Bank of Canada press conference with Governor Macklem.
Really paying attention to the Russell as it pushes into this 56.8. A lot of resting liquidity above in this 56 to like 58 area on RTY. Need to see if we lose momentum there or if we get some continuation. Yes, now trying to hold yesterday's value low as supportive, but NQ still not following with the market, right? With the rest of the market. So if Russell loses momentum into 56.8 and NQ is still trading within the range, then that might be what we might not get any more movement sideways, right? We need to see NQ break value and get continuation, or the Russell, you know, continue on. NQ still hold higher lows. I just want things to be trading together. We know that the Russell's leading, right? So as long as the Russell is holding, you have the chance for upside. But if the Russell fails here, then we might need to do a retest of value high before anything else. Just a bit iffy. The trade that I'd like to see is, I mean, the best setup I think would honestly be the Russell coming down to value high, actually, as NQ is coming into value low and ES isn't coming into value high. Well, if all of these can happen at the same time, there might be a really nice bid.
Forecast about 2%
If it
CPI
continues
increase for fiscal year 2026. So the Bank of Japan will forecast an increase of
diverge,
about 2%
it's gonna
in
be
the core consumer price
bit
index
hard
for
to
fiscal
call.
2026 in its outlook report slated to be published on April 26th. At 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we get our weekly EIA data. Crude oil inventories forecast a build of 0.8 million on the prior build of 3.21 million, with a range of 3.5 million to -3 million. Gasoline inventories forecast draw 2.3 million on the prior draw 4.256 million. Distillate inventories forecast draw 1.382 million on the prior draw 1.268 million. Crude Cushing inventories prior a draw of 0.377 million. We also get the Bank of Canada press conference with Governor Macklem. One minute remaining. I'll lead with EIA crude oil inventories. According to Xinhua, China, the US, and EU reach a consensus on consumer goods safety. Ten seconds. Still waiting. Build 5.841 million, build 5.841 million, higher than the expected build of 0.8 million. Gasoline inventories, build 0.715 million, build 0.715 million, higher than the expected draw of 2.3 million. Distiller inventories, build 1.659 million, build 1.659 million. That's higher than the expected draw of 1.382 million. Crude Cushing inventories, draw 0.17 million, draw 0.17 million. So from the Department of Energy, the US Strategic Petroleum Reserve up 0.595 million barrels at 364.236 million barrels. US crude futures pair some gains after EIA data shows greater than expected weekly crude inventory build. We have posted the weekly EIA petroleum report on the feed for all those interested.
Test here and queue back up into our pivot. Yes, holding yesterday value low. Russell trying to build out this node without coming back down to value, which is interesting. If it can do that and NQ can actually build above value high, then we might have some upside. I really wanted to see Russell come down to value high retest before we got any sort of move, but it is what it is. NQ wants to be the one that breaches. That is fine as long as the market is together. See if we can get the hold this time, or if our seller is still willing to hold this. Your target above here, if 16s hold on ES, is 2250 for again ES. You want to see the Russell have continuation and NQ be able to hold above this yesterday value area low. NQ retesting our value high here. I feel like it's pretty obvious what you want to see happen. Just look at the wicks, right? Just a simple resistance becomes support if you ever want to see the break, right? Like it's very obvious.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Into our target here on ES from the hold of yesterday value low into our 2250s. If 2250s can show as supportive, look for 34.75. And Q finally breaching.
Bank of Canada's Macklem says a June rate cut is possible.
Later, Kowalski. It should be a pretty big retest here. This is our first breach over yesterday value low on NQ as a potential support, just like we saw with ES here, where this sell became our buy. You want to see a similar reaction here on NQ. Ideally, Russell also shows a supportive bid where our buyer was previously, or again, we will come down to this value area. So, what I'm watching for here on this retest, seeing if you can build and Russell can hold this 56. Right?
Bank of Canada's Macklem says the decline we've seen in momentum is very recent.
Big retest here. We want to see NQ hold value high and the Russell find the low, right? This is really good for the market because everything's now back in sync, which is great. Just again, need to see NQ find this low. Ideally, value high is where it bounces, which is what we were looking for before. And if NQ can maintain up here while that's happening, then everything's in sync again, which is wonderful for either direction. Right? Doesn't really matter. Everything has fixed itself. Watching the Russell here, retest a value high. There it is. See if a buyer is willing to step in here, or if we're going to need that steeper pullback down to at 48.60. What's up, Gav?
And Macklem says higher neutral rate doesn't impact near-term policy.
So far, so good off the 4860 on RTY. Need to see acceptance back over value, though, or this will continue down, right? Need to see acceptance back over value high here. Remember, what was the momentum this morning, right? Russell continuation. So as soon as that found a high, that they'll wait for that to find a low before you have another longing opportunity. We're keeping an eye on ES again into the circled area. Yesterday value low, this 1150 to 950 area. That'd be your most bullish response for buy side, with the Russell also holding where we have circled this 4860 to 46.7. If both of these fail, then we will probably retrace the entire move on the day, would be my guess. So you'd really want to see buy side show some interest here on ES and on RTY, or we'll again probably just retrace the balance. NQ into value low. Again, see if ES can find a buy. If this 209.50 to 1150 area on ES doesn't hold, there probably isn't much here until back to 203. Just letting you know, right? Like, we need to see the Russell find a low into this area
Bank
that
of
I've drawn,
Canada's
as well as
Macklem
ES.
says we did discuss when to
as
reduce the
NQ
rate,
retest
and it was
value
clear
low.
consensus to hold it at 5%. And Macklem says there is some diversity of views in the governing council as to when we're going to see what we're looking for. Macklem says overall the Canadian dollar has been reasonably stable. If it does move, we will take that into account.
All right, it's here or nowhere for NQ and RTY.
Canadian dollar extends decline and hits a 4.5-month low at 1.3682 per US dollar.
Again, you need to see the Russell be able to hold this 46.7 to 48.60. You need to see NQ still show interest in this value low. If both of those things happen, right, then we have potential. That's it. You need to see the Russell push over this 50, ideally. Retest 52. Watch ES here as we retest 9.5 off the bounce off that 203 area.
Macklem says gasoline prices are to keep CPI inflation around 3% in the near term.
New PVZ zones.
Meta debuts a new AI chip aiming to decrease reliance on Nvidia. So the Meta chip is the next version of Meta products unveiled last year.
Really want to see a supportive bid here at this 45 to 51 on NQ, ideally. We want to see the Russell continue to try to build. If these both fail, then you're going to have that full rotation back down to the lows, I think. So really want to see supportive bids be able to hold here. Check intraday ideas.
Dollar yen hits the highest since June 1990, last up 0.7% at 152.78. Morgan Stanley raises the target price of Nvidia to $1,000 from $795 previously. Euro falls 1% versus US dollar as the greenback accelerates, last at $1.0747.
You're playing off this 45 on NQ. First risk off here into our highs. Next into 76s. Russell holding our pivot. Nothing's changed. I'm out one here. Out two.
And Bank of Canada's Macklem says, I don't see big direct imported inflation effect from the US. And the Bank of Canada press conference has ended.
Oh my god, get me out of here. I'm flat here. Just waiting for the Russell to decide what it wants to do. 45s are still bidding on NQ, but I want to see the Russell catch a bit more of a bid before I put more risk on again. All right, sorry, let me look at chat. All right, took a couple losers, a couple paper cuts trying to buy those dips. You bought 23.75. So you bought the top. And then you stopped out of the top. And then you bought 19s. Which is not a level. And then you stopped out at 16s. And then you didn't try a trade again. So, Max, what I'm seeing is you ignoring all of the areas that make sense, and then FOMOing into trades after you've missed moves. So you really need to create a system for yourself where you are only trading at areas that actually matter. 2250 was a target, not a edge, right? The target, the trade was from 209.50 to 2250, not buy at 2250. So I gave two separate entries here, the hold of value and then the hold of 16s. So the secondary entry, if you missed this 209 to 1150 area as your supportive bid, would have been on when I said we're looking for 16s to hold as supportive for continuation for 22s. That gives you that secondary move for the push up, right? Why was I looking at 16s? Well, this is where our seller was previously, and then we got our pierce above. So now we're looking for a bid to step in to defend that sell level if we're going to get that continuation. You get me? So what do we need to see at 2250s for that to make sense for this to be a solid buy? Well, we need to see a stronger look above, and then we need to see a bid be able to hold here with confluence on what was leading us up. Well, the Russell was, right? So if the Russell hasn't found a low, and there isn't a great pivot here showing us that the Russell is showing a supportive bid, why are we looking for a long on ES? You get me? The Russell is what was carrying ES up. So if the Russell hasn't found a supportive level, the supportive level that I was looking for, again, was value high on RTY for a retrace. I had it circled at the time. Then we know that this move isn't done on ES yet, right? Like there isn't a supportive bid. So your only options really here are either wait for our three indices to show a supportive bid and then play the secondary leg, or wait for things to come back down to value and watch for reactions at that edge. because that's the only area we have any sort of confidence in, because we know that participants are reacting there previously, right, on the day. We know that that's where value has at least initially been put on. So if we wait for those areas for a price to come back down to value, come back down to value, come back down to value, right, we have a lot more edge than trying to buy just some random high or low. So if you're unwilling to play at value and then you look to take a trade up at the highs, just remember that you are taking an emotional trade because you missed a move and now you're looking for more, right? Hopefully you're still here. Thank you for posting that. That's the only way you're gonna get better, is by posting stuff like that. But I think it's pretty obvious that you missed the low, the bid, the secondary look, the third look, and then tried to get in at the highs, right? Yeah, it's no problem. And then I pointed out that if this 1150 to 950 didn't hold, that we would be retracing probably the entire balance zone, right? So like if you were on live at the time, it would have been very helpful for you to know that like if we didn't see an immediate bid here at our value high, that this retest into our 950, we were looking for 203 here as our target. What we're looking for now is for the Russell to find this low. If it can't hold this 46.7 and find a bid here, then we are looking for the Russell to have a much steeper leg down, back down to value low. Because what are we doing right now? If we can't recover POC, what are we doing? Well, sellers are now offering POC, right? The middle of our range. We have value high above. We have POC here. So buyers need to reclaim this, show it is supportive for a look up. Sellers are going to try to defend this edge, right? Push below, and then seek for value low down here at 36.70. So we need to see RTY over 48.5 here. And we need to see NQ back go and ES just hold these areas, right? We need to see the Russell be able to breach this high though and then show us support. We know that the Russell was the one that was pushing us up. NQ still just holding value at the lows, our 45s. Nothing has changed there, but we need the Russell. $46.7 is both our clear pivot as well as the 30-second opening range high on RTY. There is clearly a shift in auction here if you use your eyeballs. This is either staying on the offer or attempting to stay on the bid for this entire first part of the day. So it becomes quite the line in the sand, where if we now offer below and sellers are now stacking above, we know that we're probably going down. If we can reclaim, right? Look what happened every single attempt. You look for buyers to then reclaim for a push out. Just a pivot. But it's also your 30-second opening range. But like, it should be pretty obvious that that's a pivot. Need to see the Russell be able to hold tier on this retest if you want any more. NQ still just holding this 45, but we need to see the Russell be able to hold a higher low where our previous seller was. What do I mean by previous seller? Well, get these wicks to the left. Can this now be our buyer? Need to see a push back over value high. So there it is. Hold, push to value high. Now we watch to see if we get any more or if this is all we get, right? Russell retesting value high from the inside. So expect sell side to be present here. This is NQ into 76s. We're still just trading our 45 to 76 on NQ. Again, ES needs to recover 9.5 to 11.5 or this will be resistance. Nothing has changed. We just slowed down. These levels still remain resistance and our first targets if you are playing these.
Goldman Sachs sees the first Fed rate cut in July rather than June.
Anytime, buddy. Definitely me. So far, perfect rejections. Yesterday value low, 209.50 ES, our value high on the day. Russell traded right up to our value high and rejected. Right back to where our bounce was. No change. NQ still holding 76s, our POC as resistance. We just watch to see if we can maintain higher lows here. If ES can now hold POC as supportive. Russell can now hold it as supportive on this retest. Or if that's all we've got. Not much else to say. Going to delete this now that it's played. Is anyone playing off the top edge, or are we all just perma long? You need to understand how people operate. It seems like it's ignore levels, ignore edges, take trades after the fact, what I'm seeing. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be very dependent on what the Russell does here. If we're going to go for that low, I do not know. So far, everything's just holding our 30-second opening range highs. This, like, 201 on EGAS is our 30-second opening range high. This, 148, basically, on NQ is just your 30-second opening range high. Everything's just still holding it. So it's kind of hard to be, like, incredibly bearish, but it is weak, that is for sure. This is NQ back to value low. Yes, RTY both showing weakness. I'd like to see the Russell re-offer like I have drawn, if it's going to go for that secondary leg down, to retrace the entire balance with ES. Then Q holds, it's going to be pretty choppy.
Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
is ES into our value low and our 94. That is your full balance retrace off of the failure's value high at 209.50. Russell still has potential for a bit more. For the full balance rotation, but understand that we are now at our opposite, our buy side value edge on ES. Top of our object at the highs, now at the lows. Full rotation. Watch NQ into 140 here. See if our seller is willing to hold this or if we can recover it. Again, just ES at our value low. Want to see now if we are going to reject our PVZ value and our value low on NQ. We're going to get continuation, or if we come back into the balance. So far rejecting 140s. If we lift above, then we probably trade back up to 50. Yeah, man. I mean, I want you to really just trade at the value, like the value edges, until you get a hang of trend. Like, just take advantage of where you have the best opportunities to make money. This is just another, like, there have now been like multiple opportunities at our value edges to just take like pretty safe trades. There's no reason to like need to trade expansion off of an edge when you can just like wait for the edge and then have like a pretty easy 3 points. You know, something to definitely go back and look at. Like 209s down to 194 and then 194 back up to 201, just like we did. Those areas have a lot more I don't know, just I guess edge is, I use the word again, than just like a random pivot. Like if you don't have playbook setups already, then why not use the ones that have been provided for you? You know, that's kind of my thought process. Is like if you don't have your own edge, okay, well then use the edge that's been provided. Which is why I get a bit annoyed when I see like random trades or like people taking things or not taking trades at key levels, but then looking for something else. And it's just like, why are you making it so much harder on yourself for no reason? Just something to think about. Is NQ attempting to break back into balance? I don't know if it's going to be able to do it as of yet. I'd be a lot more comfortable over 50 and retest. Right now, you're kind of just in the middle. Russell also in a pretty precarious spot. For NQ, you want to see 38s basically stay bid and then a push over 50s, or it's just going to come back down to 30s. Again, you're in like the middle. Yeah. Need RTY to come down into 39s. And then we get the move, probably. Or you need to see a bid and push over 47s at RTY. Just like test value low already. Figure out where we want to go. You're playing off 38s. This is your first risk off into 50s. Again, you need to see 51 become supportive for more upside. See you, Surf. 38s to 50s again. Need to see a push above. I have to take this call. I have to mute. I'll be right back.
US dollar index hits highest since mid-November, last up 1.1% at 105.24.
Treasury 10-year yield rises 15 basis points on the day to the day's highs.
In 10 minutes time at 12:45 p.m. Eastern, we have Feds Goolsby and Feds Barking participating in a panel discussion for the Social Finance Institute. No text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
All right, sorry about that, guys. Had to take that. I've been waiting on that call for multiple days. We just traded value again, right? Just value low, 94 pivot holding, right back up to our POC. No change. Same thing for NQ, holding our 22 to 45 pivot, held our 50s, bounced, pushed to 76s. This has been our target multiple times today. No change. Either you're willing to play the range or you're not. And these have been our pivots. These have not changed since this morning. This requires patience and the understanding of, as long as we're holding, right? Like, you gotta not just stop out every 5 seconds. I don't expect a ton until we see the Russell either test our edge low or back up to our edge high. Right, we're still just oscillating on RTY. Not a ton to talk about here. The only shift that we've seen is that RTY is now trying to hold POC, which is like a decent development, but again, like, I would rather see a move down to value here,
expect comments from Feds
or a
Goolsby
push
and
up
Feds
to
Barking. who
our previous
participate in a panel
POC.
discussion for the Social Finance Institute. No text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Before we get like any major move, we should expect chop. And why should we expect chop? Well, because NQ and RTY are ranging. So why do you expect movement? The only thing that we have to play off right now is that ES is trading at value low and it's finding buy side support, right? On NQ, all we're doing is trading the 30-second opening range. Russell is just consolidating at POC. NQ 30-second opening range is 130 to 149. Guess where the mid is? 38. So it's just consolidating at its 30-second opening range. Everything is just chopping in a range. There are two areas where you can play on ES, right? Your value low or your resistance at POC. Welcome to trading in a range. Either the range breaks and becomes supportive and we look up, or this becomes our resistance and then we can look down for a 10-point move down to 84s. Until then, you trade your edges. There's no reason to be performing badly unless you are trading emotionally and not respecting levels whatsoever. And if that is the case, stop trading, come back tomorrow. You staying longer isn't going to fix you not respecting levels. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stay. I was planning on leaving at 12:30. I'll stay for another 30 minutes, but I mean, there's no point. I personally do not want to talk to myself.
Sick, do you need a little company?
No, I want to go to sleep. No one's taking
to sleep.
trades and no one's respecting levels, then why am I here?
I locked myself out of my account because I just don't like this price action and I know I'm gonna do something stupid.
Yeah.
I lost like $500. I was like, you know what? That's a good lesson for today. I'm gonna go and
Yep.
not blow up my account. But it's just we got the move on the data, and this is just absorption, and it's gonna be terrible price action. But you know that. Is Dapper getting on today, or
Surely
is he off
expecting
today?
comments from Feds Goolsby and Feds Barking.
I'll be around if people have questions. I can help out if you want to go get some sleep. It's just there's nothing's gonna happen anymore today. I think people would like you to be fresh for tomorrow. Might actually get some decent.
I mean, the moves have been fine today. I don't agree with you. I think they're fine. You just have to be patient. Like, we're trading in a range.
No,
The edges have been value. 209.50 was a great trade. 94 is great trades.
Yeah, the retest of previous day value area low at the beginning was pretty good, and I caught that. I think just for me personally, the price action, I don't like the trade, but you have more experience with this than me, so It's just not my day, and sometimes it happens.
Fed bids for 10-year notes total $643.2 million. Fed's Barkin says, I think we're making lots of progress on inflation. In 10 minutes time at 1 p.m. Eastern, we get the US sells 39 billion in 10-year notes. Prior bid to cover 2.51, prior high yield 4.166%. Looking at some analyst notes ahead of the auction. Before the data, JP Morgan strategist said additional concession would be needed versus Tuesday's closing levels for the auction to be digested smoothly, despite a cleaner positioning backdrop and the recent move higher in yields. They cited mixed valuations and elevated events risk along with persistent tails in the sector. The latest CFTC positioning data shows speculators net short 143k ultra 10-year note futures, possible source of covering demand. Primary dealers' position in the 8-year sector was net long $15.7 billion in the week ended March 27th versus $7.4 billion average net long over the past year. In 5 minutes time at 1 p.m. Eastern, we have the US sells 39 billion in 10-year notes, prior bid to cover of 2.51 and a prior high yield of 4.166%.
Move your stops up if you're in a trade. We are retesting our seller POC here on ES and pushing into our value high from the hold of our value low. We are at our value high on NQ from the hold of our value low. NQ and ES both pushing, Russell still in its tight range. Still want to see an extreme before we get any extended movement. Levels have not changed since open.
China urges the EU to halt anti-subsidy probes, and China to monitor EU moves and reserves the right to take measures. Shortly expecting the results of the 10-year note auction, I will lead with the bid to cover ratio.
Really keeping an eye on the Russell here as we come up into my pivot. This is what we're looking for an extreme. We are also at our NQ target here at yesterday value low at our 200.5, as well as ES into our value high for the full balance retrace again. Until we see acceptance over these levels, we expect us to continue to maintain the range. So what does that mean? That means that you should expect sellers to attempt to be here. You should be looking to risk off longs or move stops up For long continuation, we need to see expansion, right? Expansion is a push
Treasury one
over
issue
our
10-year
value
yields,
and the ability to hold that.
4.529% before the $39 billion auction.
Still maintaining higher lows across the board from our push up, right? So again, just move stops up on longs.
So again,
Don't
we're
get
shortly
carried
expecting
away
the
on
results of this
shorts.
10-year
Wait
notes
for
now,
a break
bleeding with
of
the
our
bid to
higher
cover ratio
lows,
on release.
or for a seller to show their hands. Or look for expansion above and the ability to then bid and hold. As long as the Russell and NQ have momentum, we still have potential to push. If we lose momentum, right, we break those higher lows, we no longer are pushing up from the bottom, then you can start to target another rotation through the range.
Two spot 3-4 with the high rate of 4.56%. 4.56%. Pre-sale when issued yield was 4.529%.
News
US
came
sold
out,
their
back
$39
down to the
billion
lows.
in those 10-year notes.
Watch to see if we're able to
54.1%
maintain a
of
higher
bids
low.
at high. Primary dealers taking 23.96%. Direct 14.24%. Indirect 61.81%.
It is leaking everywhere. Actually, the worst.
US Treasury 10-year yields rise after the auction, up by 3 basis points to around 4.56% now. Also do note a little bit of weakness in the S&P 500, slight strength in the dollar per the Dixie after that auction as well.
We got both extremes on RTY, pushing down into our value low now. ES and Q holding POC. Just wait for the Russell to show what it wants to do. If it reoffers value low, then you can look for continuation and a new low on ES and NQ. If it holds and we see a bid, then don't bother.
So watching Treasuries extend their slide now after the weak demand for the 10-year auction.
Watch for a reoffer into 92.94 on ES if it's going to hold as resistance for that leg down to 84s. Other than that, there's not much. Either we break the balance and we hold it now as resistance, or we will rotate again through the range.
Treasury 10-year yield climbs 20 basis points on the day to 4.56%.
Watch for reoffers here. Sellers care. This is where they'll attempt. Your most bearish seller resistance. NQ value low retest. Russell PVZ resistance. Etc. Etc. This either holds on reoffer here and then does this, or we will trade back up to 40.2 on Russell. Or we have a directional decision. So start to look to see if sellers are in control for a secondary leg down, or if we return back into balance. NQ still maintaining our low at 2250, still in our range, watching our 94 for reoffer on ES. But keep an eye on 92, just in case sellers want to preload a bit. Until the Russell finds its top, expect us to rotate up. Really keeping an eye on these areas, though, on these reoffers.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation. '67 counterparties take 445.816 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation. Fed Sparkin says AI is going to expand rapidly and replace some jobs.
Too long off stacked, right? This is our target. We're looking for reoffers here. This is our value retest across the board. Either sellers maintain this as resistance, or we look for the look back in for buy side to do the same rotation again. This is our first attempt as resistance and not support. Look below, right? These are our reoffers. If sellers are serious, they will attempt here. If we want to continue to trade in this range, right, then we'll look above and build it as supportive. And the rotations continue. That incredibly important retest on the Russell here if it's going to hold value low as support for a full oscillation of the range. As long as RTY has momentum, it will keep going. Watch NQ as we approach value high. RTY into POC. ES up to value high, full rotation of our balance. Just as before, move stops up. If you're in a long, wait for a lower high and a break of our higher lows. If you are looking for a short to play off of the value high, the same thing again. It's not about having faith. It's like we understand what needs to happen for things to break down. Like if Russell doesn't reject at the place where I say it needs to reject, right? Like if we recover value lows, we're not going to break down. Right? Like if Russell causes the high and then we see it bottom out and show a supportive bid, like it needs to reject there.
The CRE is systemic risk.
Like it has to reject there. It's not like a if-then thing. Like if you want continuation, you need a break of value for expansion. Right? Like this is an important part of like having rules and understanding like when things invalidate. Right? Like if you want expansion, you need failure to break back into value. Like or we trade balance, you know what I mean? Like it is that simple. So like if we don't see strong sellers there and we see active buyers instead, like you have to shift. Because what you were looking for your trade to play did not happen. So what, do you just stay into the position? You just hope for the best? Yeah, I mean, those are more rhetorical, if anything, right? But like, it's like the same thought process that you have to like ask yourself. Just like, why are you entering your trade? What are you looking for? What's going to cause what you want to happen, right? Like, well, if the Russell is no longer willing to hold, if we failed at value highs and we've pushed below value low, we're either going to get one, trapped sellers at the lows, if sellers fail to then defend our edge where buyers were previously, or two, we're going to get sellers aggressively defending where our buyers were previously and are now willing to defend that low as resistance. If that doesn't happen, then who's off sides? You're just waiting to see if the Russell can hold value low on retest or make POC supportive. That's the only thing. how we get follow through here is that RTY finds value low is supportive on this retest that I've circled. Or you're gonna get a steeper retrace back to 36.8. What we're looking for on ES, right, is yesterday value low to hold is supportive ideally. For NQ, right, this 200.5 ideally, as the Russell holds here. If these don't hold here, it's the exact same failure that we saw earlier today. And you want these to find buyers, like, really badly. Here's your steeper retrace because Russell failed to hold value low. This 3670 is where you're looking to see if buy side is willing to defend, and now you have to be wary of a reoffer into value low at 40.2 if we do find relief here, because we did not hold the bullish support. Right now you have to wait to see if this holds as resistance or not, or if we just reoffer below. What just happened? Well, we just failed to hold value highs across the board. So if we don't see buyers get us back over, we will fully retrace our balance again. So you need to see very active buyers push us, or we will come back down to the lows here off of a failure to hold the highs. Surely we all see the failure. Reoffer, push, failure, reoffer, push.
US sees missile strike on Israel by Iran, proxies as imminent.
What?
Seeing some downside in dollar and upside in energy.
That's your full balance rotation off of a failure to hold value high. It's your first risk off into value low. I don't expect this to hold, to be honest, but move stops down just in case. Balance either persists, right? But we'll probably make a new low on the day off of that news and a failure at the highs again. Yeah, the rotations today are fine. I was like literally play the edges. Yeah, of course they're mechanical. A balanced day. We're trading value to value over and over again. I swear some of you just like refuse to play value edges though, and it's like an ego thing, and you want to like come up with some original thing, like you've solved the market, instead of just like participating with the actual buyers and sellers. You want to like find the secret code instead of just like playing like real edge. I don't get it. I'm just waiting to see if this breaks down or not. Watching the Russell here, 3670. The chances of us holding this high, but I mean, we'll see. Usually on failures at the top of our range, trap buyers, right? Like, and then a push back down to our lows. You don't really expect value low to hold. But just like I've taken off 3/4 of my position. I'll look to add more if we do see breaks below value on NQ, and then the ability to hold on both ES and NQ. Russell's already holding below. We're just waiting on NQ to get with the program. If NQ wants to continue to trade balance, then it's going to be really hard for the market to do anything but that. I mean it when I say, like, if you don't have a great read on order flow, price action in general, like just structure, like the foundation of your playbook as a beginner, even as an intermediate player, should be volume profile trades. Those should account for 90% of your trading. You are not ready to discretionary trade. You don't know what you're doing. Yo, what's up, Vice? You can expand, right? You can add more risk once you've got some more discretionary trades down, some more like intraday playbook setups. But like, just play the stuff that's mechanical, man. Like, stop hurting yourself for no reason. Stop trying to invent shit. What's up, Nick? These. Later, Nikki. Yeah, I mean, if the Russell like continues to fall, and we both, what we're looking for again, one of two things happen here: sellers maintain control, and we maintain our offer here. Our offer sits in this pocket at value, right? And then we push lower. That's what we want to see, right? But if we reclaim, we then see it as supportive, then we just play the range back up again. Like, you need to see sellers hold value low. We need to see it.
So Biden on inflation says inflation news may delay a rate cut.
So like,
And he doesn't know what the Fed will do, but there will be a rate cut before the end of the year.
like I need you to know that you aren't missing anything by not. I just want to show my average, okay, on my runner.
Biden says we have a plan to deal with inflation.
Do we see how I waited for that reoffer that we talked about into our value, understanding that a failure at our value high and then a pushback in will result in a full rotation down? We look for the offer here. We see the offer happen across everything. We get the full rotation down. Are you really upset by making over $1,000 per contract because you took a mechanical trade and you didn't trade the chop 35 times, taking 25 paper cuts? Just wait for your playbook setup, guys. Please. Like, there's money to be made there. You're just waiting to see if sell side acceptance is able to hold below value, or again, we'll do the full rotations. My dog really came in here, opened the door, did a full turnaround, then walked away. Yeah, that's, yes, actually. Like, she didn't even look at me. She just opened the door and walked out immediately. We really want RTY to hold here. So next leg down if it's going to do it. Again, if NQ can build on value, you're going to get into the same issue that we ran into last time, right? We want this to hold as resistance. We want to see that break below 2250 for that continuation. What happened last time we were down here? Well, buyers stepped in, we were able to hold this low, we then recovered value low, and then we're able to push off, right? What's different about this attempt so far? So far, we're holding value as resistance, right? This is sticking on the offer. If we start to build here above value, it doesn't look as great. We want to see NQ weakness with this Russell weakness into this low, right? Want to see this hold. We want to see weakness across the board. We want to see that weakness for 22, that continuation. If these lows fail and buyers get if sellers get exhausted again, you're just going to get trap traders, and then it's going to rotate again back up to the highs. So we want confluence across the board.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
You should just be in runners waiting to see if we get a breakdown or not, right? We want to see 30 stay offer ideally on NQ, right? We don't want to see that really come in stick bid on a pierce above and start to bid, or it can trade back up to 50s. Remember, 130 on NQ is your 30-second opening range low. We are currently holding resistance, but if that shifts to a supportive and we recover value, then we're good. Really relying on the Russell to show some weakness soon with NQ, and then you get continuation. Remember, like, I'm going to keep reiterating it because I don't want people to get trapped. Like, balance is balance, and right now we're trying to show sell-side acceptance. But understand, like, if we recover these, we will rotate the range again. Yes, that is what it says on my stream as well, so. I'm glad you see it as well, though. That was our pivot from this morning, from open. Actually, before open. We need to see that 2250 go resistance. If we do, then we can trade to 7150 is what I've got. 7150 to 44. Our next pivot. Until then, like, it's gonna be, you're gonna be hard pressed. That opening range you're talking about, it's actually not here. Let me.
In 10 minutes time at 2 p.m. Eastern, we get the FOMC meeting minutes for the March meeting. We also get the US federal budget balance with a forecast of minus 223 billion and a prior of minus 296 billion.
I think the way that I was looking at it is this is that POC shift. In our top edge here, so it's like either we bid in this area or we're just going to fall down to these lows. NQ. Yeah, same area. Super important. Just wait on the Russell, guys. Needs to lose momentum. Is at resistance. Need to see the breach below 2250 on NQ and the offer lower. Need to see the Russell show a break of these higher lows. NQ has reclaimed value low. Same with ES, technically. Just need to see if the Russell can fail, or again, we can expect bids to at least push up the POC. So really want to see the Russell fail if you want more downside. Just reminding you again, the 30-second opening range on NQ is 130 to 150. What we're currently oscillating right now. Just waiting on RTY to figure out if it's going to get back into value or not. Here's your test on RTY.
In 5 minutes time at 2 p.m. Eastern, we get the FOMC meeting minutes for the March meeting. We also get the US federal budget balance with a forecast of minus
Yeah, but with that FOMC
223
meeting
billion
means nothing.
and a prior of minus 296 billion.
Actual coin flip. But I agree, if it wasn't FOMC in 5 minutes, I would completely agree. Especially with ES and NQ recovering value low and bouncing, right? Like, this is first target. Second target would be 76s. Same trade that we took for 2 hours today. Hold of 38s, trade to 50s, hold the 50s, trade to 76. I don't know. You're gonna get volatility into FOMC where we're closing. Like if RTY holds value low here into that, probably more down. If we can recover, we might be able to do one more rotation before FOMC. They're gonna go for the rotation. Greedy. So greedy on the holy shit. This is your full ES rotation from the recovery of value low on NQ and ES. Failure at the lows means push up to the highs. Balance persists. Do not expect value to persist after FOMC. What they're doing right now is just greed. Please be out of like 80% of your position at the highs. Yeah, like again, like it's just greed. Taking advantage of the lack of liquidity. Just you get your full rotation again. I've said it before and I'll say it again. On days where we have FOMC, where we
1
have
minute remaining. I'll leave with the
interest rate
FOMC meeting
decision,
minutes.
where we have any of these things, before these things come in, like, we expect balance, trade balance. You don't expect participants to be putting huge size into the market before a news event. So once we find value, you trade value. You don't have to be in for the huge candles from the news itself, but understanding the market condition before a news event, right, or after a news event, gives you a huge edge. Everyone else who's expecting expansion on either side of value, right, is getting trapped, and you are trading the edges. News is coming out in a
10
second.
seconds.
I'm zooming out preemptively.
So US Federal Reserve meeting minutes says participants see little need to adjust the MBS cap, and says almost all participants at the Fed's March 19th to 20th meeting judged it would be appropriate to pivot to less restrictive policy stance at some point this year. Fed staff economic projections for March meeting was stronger than January's forecast, citing high projected population due to immigration. Participants generally noted uncertainty about persistence of high inflation, and participants generally noted recent data had not increased confidence that inflation was moving sustainably down to 2%. Participants generally judged risks to achieving employment and inflation goals were moving into better balance. Participants noted disinflation process was continuing on a path generally expected to be somewhat uneven. Some participants pointed to geopolitical risks might cause more severe supply bottlenecks. Some participants generally noted recent data had not increased the confidence that inflation is moving sustainably down to 2%. Some participants noted concern that financial conditions might not be as restrictive as desired, which could put upward pressures on inflation. And a few preferred to continue current pace of runoff until indicators showed reserves were nearing ample level. The vast majority of participants judged it would be prudent to begin slowing the pace of balance sheet runoff fairly soon. Participants saw little need to slow mortgage-backed securities runoff, preferring to adjust the cap on Treasuries redemptions. And participants generally favored reducing the monthly runoff pace by roughly half from recent overall pace.
They're talking about that indicator that I posted forever. If I can find it again. You just have to scroll up in the indicators channel. But we have a command you can just type in and it'll tell you what this is for today. But there you go. Yeah, no problem.
Spot gold little changed after US Fed minutes, last down 0.6%.
The website that we use it's just displayed on the left side. And it gives you a timer countdown as we come close into it. That's the guy who's talking. That narrates the news. We're basically just waiting for RTY to either break below 38 and for sellers to show that as our offer, or push above like 48 and show that as supportive. It's chopping right now. Everything else kind of just rotating view up. Waiting on RTY to choose. Top of our ranges on ES and Q at yesterday's value low. We would love to see those recovered as supportive for more upside. Respect them as kind of your edge high until we do see that supportive hold. I wish TradingView allowed you to just display a volume profile as like a line. Like, I didn't have to have a fill. One day they'll have that as an option. Just rotating in our upper distribution, right? POC to value high. Either we see a shift and hold above value high or a shift and hold below POC. Who's gonna get trapped up here? That is the question. Russell coming down into value low to retest is supportive. You want to see that breach and push below. I'll offer to move below that level, that 3750. If you want downside. For upside, we want to see a push above 43 and then 48. Your test, look below 3750. See my voice. It's our test for value on RTY. Buyers show their hand here, or we look below and then sellers will try to defend. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, we're looking for one of two things to happen. Sell side, push, re-offer for test of our lows. Buy side, willing to hold tier, recover, bid, push. While Russell battles for that value low, we should be able to see ES and NQ start to battle for POC as resistance, which should give a rotation either a back above and rebid off of our POCs, right, for retest of value high, or a reoffer and then push down to our value low. We're in the middle, right? So totally fine waiting for confirmation if you are not in at the edge high. And you are really relying on RTY to show this value low as resistance, or you're gonna get a continued chop or expansion upward. aggressive attempt. Need to see a bit more from RTY if it's going to be real. Russell just retesting value is supportive. This retest on the reclaim. Sell side aggressively tried to push down, but no follow through as of yet. We need to be below that 34.7 offer. Then we just keep an eye on these PVZ green value lows down here. This is now that secondary leg where we either reverse and now can do this one, or we look for the offer to now hold and defend this node, right? Big test. See if we get a secondary leg, or if buy side steps up. If you are shorting, right, this is a good first risk off. Or just move stops down. Again, inflection point, 34.7. Looking to see if ESPOC now is resistance. Looking for hopefully one more leg down. See a little bit more excitement on RTY. If it doesn't do it, right, then you're just gonna get sell side trapped down here at the lows again. Last attempt here. Russell retesting value, NQ retesting POC. These become supportive. Sell side's trapped. This is your last chance, sell side.
NYMEX gasoline May futures settle at $2.78 a gallon. NYMEX diesel May futures settle at $2.70 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas May futures settle at $1.88. And NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $86.21 a barrel. That's up 98 cents or 1.15%.
I think you give it like another 30 seconds. If it doesn't happen, then I'd be out until you see what you want to see. You don't want to be trapped on the wrong side of this. You've got liquidity flashing at 30.7 on RTY. You can use the flash there. Like, curious to see our reaction. Want to see 34.7 hold. as resistance. Here's your value low target on NQ and ES. Need to see those become resistance for more downside. Watching for some follow through here on RTY if it's going to get it. We want to see it happen relatively soon. Are you just looking for like the larger rotation drum? Or are you trading like the 10-20 point ranges on NQ? Okay. I can see that being pretty exhausting. Yeah, I feel that. I think like just scalping NQ in these rotations that are like pretty clear while you wait for like 10-20 point moves. Been pretty nice, but not everyone's cup of tea. Yeah, I think that's not a bad strategy. And that's literally it, right? I think if you have the 30-second opening range on, there's also a decent amount of opportunities, but yeah, the main opportunity is to break and then reclaim, for sure. If you guys are on Intraday, I highly recommend you add the 30-second opening onto your Intraday chart. Like, highly recommend. Don't use the one on TradingView. You have the option to use the one on Intraday. Sell side holds here, or we just rotate against again full range. You want to see 204, 205 defended on ES. This 6470 on NQ. If it does not, we go back up to the highs. Yeah, that's about all you got. Two of 4, 205 sellers still present on ES. 70 seller on NQ still present, just waiting. Hit me out of here. Need to see a lift over 206 here. for like any validity. Really trying a 3-bar on the 5. Or what's this? The 2? I guess is the equivalent to 5,000 tick. You need to get over that 6 and lift off that. Show the footprint? Yeah, I can. I'm kind of zoomed in though, man. I don't know how useful it's going to be for you.
And Brent crude futures settle at $90.48 a barrel. That's up $1.06 or 1.19%.
Dude, I don't know. We'll know tomorrow. But I have no clue. I don't know how, I mean, if I had to guess, probably down. But, I don't know. Well, it'll really, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, we're still just here, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. When we actually see 95s hold as resistance, I'll believe that we have downside. When we show 74 as a supportive, I'll actually believe we have upside. Until then, this is the forever range. I just don't know. I don't have a good understanding of the macro, right? And a lot of the new, like price action today was macro, and I do not do that whatsoever. I stare at charts all day and trade patterns. Not gonna pretend like I know anything about anything macro. I just trade a volume profile. I can tell you if we don't hold this balance low, it looks pretty bad, right?
Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Yeah. Just search, what do you search? I think you just search 30 seconds. Hey, look. Crazy that Surf just posted. Mine's better. I told you, I showed you what you should search. There you go. This is back up to value high on NQ off of the hold of POC. It's just that rotation we were talking about. Just another full balance rotation. Sell side needed to hold this POC as resistance. We can see a very clear shift where it becomes supportive, and then you just drift back up. Sell side still present here. Need to see a push above this for any more upside, where it's just another rotation. Huge. And that's another rotation. I need you guys to remember the reason why I made PVZ is specifically for days like this. Specifically. PVZ was designed for balance. Like, you have the tools, you know what we need to see, or expect more of the same, right? I know you do, but like, it's free money if you just accept it. That's why I was like, it's free money, man. I'm telling you. Just have to accept the balance. Back down to our lows here, full rotations. This is your first risk off on NQ. At our value low on ES and NQ, we want to see a shift, right? Some sort of change in RTY structure. We don't want a double bottom here. We want a new low or a shift out of this balance if it's going to do it. We want to see a push below 92s, push below 34s. These then hold as resistance. Or one more leg down, or we will just rotate this range again. If you had a bad day today, you need to take 30 minutes on a chart with just PVZ on it and go into the indicators channel, that thread that I made, and look at the examples of how to use PVZ and try to find, I don't know, 3 setups that use them. I promise you'll find 40 setups today. But like, seriously, if you struggled with today, like, you need to go do a review of how to use PVZ. Like that. I'm not like trying to hate on you. Like, you need to understand how to trade balance. And it was specifically designed to do just that. Here, like I'm gonna go to a clean chart. What are these zones on balance days? What do we expect to happen on a balance day in those zones? Go review the indicator and let me know. What happens from these zones when we breach back into value? Let me know what happens when you do your review tonight. I mean, the levels are whatever, right? Like, it's value, but like the other part of the indicator that was designed specifically for balance days, right? Like, understanding that these zones are reversion on balance and that we get signals that develop and let you know when reversion is likely and that you should be expecting it, right? And then just looking for the breach back in for the full rotation back up. Like, was designed specifically for balance. Like, this is your reversion zone if this is going to continue. What do we need to see here? Let me look for a reversion in this area. Right? Or the recovery and then the bid. We understand that this is our previous value low. We need to be able to pierce over this for any validity. But like, seriously, like, go read what I've written on this indicator. Like, it's the other parts that you guys don't really utilize were specifically designed for balance. We're at that liquidity that was being offered RTY, that 30.7. I don't know if it holds. I just saw it flashing like 30 times when we were up above. That's usually a nice little like short-term pivot when I see that, when I see liquidity offered and then pulled over and over again. So far it's holding. I don't know if it's going to continue to hold. That's one of those things that I just see intraday. Like I'll watch on the DOM and I'll keep it in my like keep it in my head and make a note of it. Just like that's when I see a breakdown. I usually see like liquidity pull down to that level and then we get them afterwards directionally. But like there was someone that was trying there multiple times when we were above. We're looking for either the reclaim of our value low as supportive or for one more leg down. Just as before. Either we reclaim our balance or we see acceptance below and we get expansion. So far in the day, we haven't seen that. But, you know, just keep it in mind that we are back down to our pivots that we started the day. 2250, 525. Only way we get this next leg down is if NQ rejects 34 and holds 2250 as resistance, right? And the Russell also starts to show weakness. If NQ and RTY both bottom out here, you're not going to get too much more, right? We need to see weakness on both. And the ability to hold value low. We recover if RTY regains momentum to retest value low above, and NQ pushes over 34s, right, then you're going to be in the same situation we have been in for 100% of the day, which is just a reclaim of value and then rotation back through the range. So really do need to see that loss of momentum on RTY from that 30.7. Our first look is going to be into our previous buy here. Just put a fixed range on. Your most bearish leg will always be the bottom of that fixed range. And then your more likely target is always going at POC to value high. So like this would be where if it was incredibly bearish, this is what our offer would continue to hold this. If we're going to do a full rotation, then we come back up to retest these sellers up here, right on our node. when what you don't want to see happen is, if you're bearish, sorry, is you don't want to see buyers defend this fixed range low or defend this high, right? Those are your two things that if you're bearish, you don't want to ever see. You want to see sell side push below this, make it resistance, and then make a new low off of a move like this. Watching NQ here as we try to make 34s supportive. This is your first target off of the hold of 34s into 64.50. Move your stops up. ES, recovery of our value low, right? Pushing up to our 501. If the Russell is able to show value low as supportive, like I have drawn, then we'll do the full range rotation. So sell side needs to be present here and push us back below, or we will do another rotation, if you can believe it or not. Move stops up. We are now at NQPOC 70s. We are at ES previous POC and current POC, and back up to our potential resistance here on Russell. I'd like to see a retest of value low as supportive now. We're going to get any sort of continuation. But yeah, another rotation off of the recovery of value low. Again, it's just balance. Tell me how many times you can see this pattern occur. A breach below value, a recovery of value, buy side willing to defend, and then a push up. Roll back through your chart today and see how many times you can do that. Pushing into our next target here. Move stops up as we approach value high. There's value high, 88s and Q. Leave a runner for expansion. Take the rest off. Do whatever you want. I don't care. Peace, man. freak you out. True. All right, let's see if we can do it, boys. Please just be in runners. You have two scenarios here. It's happened the entire day. One, we are able to build here. After the build, we're able to then make a higher low and a higher high. Two, we failed the build here. We look back into value. This then becomes resistance, our value high. We then trade back down. Those are your two options. If option 2 happens, right, failure to hold value and build, first target, POC. Second target, value low. Imagine blaming California and not McDonald's. Fuck those people wanting to have a livable income that still puts you in poverty. Like, what? It's crazy how much McDonald's gets away with charging for subpar food. Like, you go to Europe, you go to Asia, and it's just like a completely different meal, man. Like, what they get away with in America is just, it's mind-blowing. And then the audacity to then charge what they charge for a different product. Absolutely bonkers. And we just accept it. Not only do we accept it, we don't even blame McDonald's. The only thing good from McDonald's is their fries, man. Everything else is so mid. And even their fries are like... unless they're like fresh, they are mid. Their hash browns? Yeah, they were good when they were like $1. Hash browns now are like $3.99, dude. But yeah, I used to like the hash browns used to be the move. But they're just not even worth.
So just keeping an eye on the markets in afternoon trading here. S&P 500 currently down 1%. Wall Street traders sent stocks and bonds sliding after another hot inflation
It does,
report
man. Price does
signaled that
affect
the Federal
taste.
Reserve will be in no rush to cut rates this year. Oil also climbed as geopolitical tensions jitters resurfaced.
You know it's true. You know, you think about it, you're like you eat a burger and it's $30 and you're like, is the quality, does it match, right? Like what's going on in the world? Like how does it not? That's why like the little hole in the wall shop in Chinatown where you get like, you know, food for Grant's Army for $10 and you're like, this is worth. Like it doesn't even have to be the greatest meal of your life, but it was worth. And you'll go back, you know? How good does food have to be for you to like spend a week's, I don't know. Maybe I'm weird and I think differently, but like I definitely judge meals like that. Like it has to be worth. Like there are only a couple things where I'll be like sushi is one of them where like I'll pay extra for like solid quality. But other than that, like if I can find something that I could get from like a local place for literally a third of the price, you've got me fucked up. Like sushi, you have to. I live in Cleveland, Ohio. Like what sushi am I getting here? Grocery store. Like you have to go to a high-end place for something like even kind of quality. Yeah, Uber Eats with the buy one get ones, definitely. Only time I'll use it. They used to throw me 40% off, so that was the only time I would order. Because if not, they've like raised the prices by like $6 on everything on the menu. Might as well just go there. Am I a coupon guy? No. But like for stuff like that, yes. Like I won't use Uber Eats unless they give me a deal. Just out of like principle. It can be expensive, but they do like really solid deals sometimes. They'll do like a BOGO plus a 40% off, and then all of a sudden you've got food for a week for $20. You're like, oh, okay. And it doesn't cost the business. It's all on them. They're like actually doing it out of pocket. Like the business still gets full price. I don't mind doing that kind of stuff. The key is to put it in your cart and then close up the cart, and then they'll like give you a deal later on. But you did the cart in the morning. True. This is a very important area, guys. This is a retest of value on a look back in from a failure above. We look for a reoffer and we see if it sticks. Then we transact through the entire range again if it holds. If we can't get back above, right? The same thing that we've done 9 times today. Need to show it as supportive and a look above. Need to see buyers willing, or we will come back down. This is first target. Off the failure on the looking back in. POC. You look for POC to become resistance, then you look for value low. Same thing. Over and over and over. Out one here. Need to see this become resistant or push back down to the value low. Secondary leg. You see what I mean by these balance zones? Yes? Reversion signal, push down to value, push to POC, shift between below POC. This is now your offer. You look for a shift of your VWAP. This then goes under your first bounce target, your secondary target. Need to recover and hold this for a push up. Now have a full plan. You understand how to trade balance. Pushing into our next target, 150s. Previous value low. Next target, 34s. If we can push below 50s. I don't know why I Control Z it. You want your offer to now stick here, really. It's going to hold. You don't want this to become supportive again. 6750 on a retest. Or we're only going to do a half rotation. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's volatile. Yes. I mean, it's very balanced. Which I don't usually use the word volatile to describe a balanced state. But I get what you're saying. Volatile imbalance. There are some people who only trade days like this and are very good at it. There are some people who only trade trend days and are very good at it. And when they have the opposite kind of day, they don't understand how it works. They don't get it. So like the whole reason we made the indicators we did was so that you have the tools for both days. Now all of a sudden you have the ability to have edge on both kinds of markets. All you have to do is understand our tools. But like again, like there are people who like will not trade days like that, right? And that's fine. But like once you understand like how a balanced day works, it's really easy money. As soon as you stop trying to move the market with your one lot on your sim account and you accept the rotation that we're in, the better off you'll be. Is Russell into value? We hold here or we look for that push below back to I don't know, 34.7. I don't know. So we really want to see RTY hold here, ideally, to be honest. Or we might go for that ETH low this time. Well, I mean, like, you say savage, but, like, I'm just so sick of people not, like, you should be happy about these kinds of days, not sad. Like, you should not be upset about a day like this. You should think of a day like this as free money. So that's why I'm kind of a dick on days like this, because like I'll say the same thing 300 times at our value low and our value high, and like you'll still take the trade in the middle of the range. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping at some point like bullying works, you know? Alright, Surf, chill. And I don't mean like to belittle you, like it's free money, but like learn the setup, like learn how to use the indicator, go read the page and like go back and look at the examples that I've given and then like go look at today and see if you can find any similarities. Like please, like actually do that. Like don't just like, yeah, I'll do that. Let me take a 15-minute break and go let my dog out, and then all of a sudden you never do it, right? Like actively do that today. You need to be able to see what to look for. Like watch for those breaches above and below value. Look for the recovery of value, and then watch the rotations afterward, right? Like always remember that if we are going to expand value high and value low would hold as resistance or support. Just always remember that. Like, if we want continuation, if we want expansion, we will see buyers show their hand. We will see sellers show their hand at those positions. We will see the shift of value. If we don't see the shift of value, nothing has changed. Like, you just need to constantly remind yourself of that. They will bid there. They will offer there. And if they don't, we are doing more of the same. It's a retest here at 88s on NQ, to our 200s. Russell diverging, holding our pivot at the 34.7, but just watch as we retest value. Same as before, we need to see a lift in the ability to hold, or it'll be the same trade. We just held POC, right? That's all we've done. So this is a retest to see if buyers are willing to take, or if sell side is going to have a lower high and then another leg down. As long as NQ wants to maintain momentum, RTY can just hold sideways, right? We just need it to stop selling, and it's just back to value. So we'll watch the 3750 pivot on RTY, as well as the 34.7, right? Start two edges here on this node. We're looking for acceptance either below or above this node on a retest for any sort of more of a move, or just expects more of the same until NQ finds a top. Remember, if buyers care about the price up here, they will show their hand, they will hold, they will retest and show a supportive bid. If we look back below, if we fail at these highs to build anything up here, we will do more of the same. It's the only way, man, because if not, you're just gonna like psych yourself out. Like, just let it be, trade the range. Like, plan two trades. If price does, you know, A or B, have like an idea of what you want it to do after it's at that area, and then like it either does it or it doesn't, or you know, it does or it doesn't. Get out if it doesn't do what you wanted, because it's no longer your trade. Get back in once it starts. Like, I really, like, it sounds so simple, and it kind of is, but, like, it's such a hard process to be willing to kind of, like, let things be, and not, like, have to have control, and not force your kind of, like, idea, your ego on the trade, on price action. I don't know if I'm wording that correctly, but it's like that's the struggle, right? Because like at the end of the day, like we have all of these plans, right? We have an idea of what price should do. We have an idea of how price interacts with value. Like we have the entire playbook, but it like you'll still not take the trade. because you're so focused on one specific thing, or like, what if it doesn't hold, right? I was like, okay, well, if it doesn't hold, then like it's invalidated. We take a paper cut, we look for a reoffer, and then we're on the other side of it. It is what it is. Like, losses are a part of it, but at least you're trading at an area that has way higher RR for both directions instead of the middle, actually flipping a coin. It's 90% of, I would say it's 100% of the problem for people. And then like you'll do that, right? Like you will respect the levels and you'll do really well and your account will literally go up and to the right, right? But then you'll have one day where you don't respect it and all of a sudden you're keeping a loser for 300 ticks and you've blown up your account in a single day after doing incredibly well for multiple weeks where you've been following a process, right? Like, it's you, like you are the personal, like you are the problem. But like if you can see those if you can catch it early and have systems in place to prevent yourself from fucking yourself, you will be fine, like in the long run. Like, it's literally it. Like, have a daily stop, right? Or have a system in place of being like, oh, I need to take time off. I need to do, like, I'm all of a sudden I'm trading emotionally. I'm not following my plan. Like, at no point should a single day blow up your account. You need to have systems in place to help regulate that. You have to. Like, you should be able to have 9 red days in a row and still be fine. And what do I mean by a red day? Like, when you think of a red day, you're thinking like bright red, right? But like, that shouldn't be your understanding of what a red day looks like. That's because you're still not putting appropriate risk on. Like, a red day isn't, it's either like, oh, I was neutral break even, or like, oh, my account is blown. Like, those shouldn't be the two options. Like, if you're not feeling the market and you don't have a good read, like, okay, dip. It's fine. Come back when you do. Oh, I had a couple bad trades. I had a bad read. None of my plays are working. Okay, I leave. But like, if you were following your proper risk, right? Like, you're not blowing up your account on a single trade, on 3 trades. Just don't over leverage. It sounds like you're over leveraging and then not taking risk off when need be. Like, as soon as you get that in check, you give yourself so much more wiggle room to like actually learn and develop healthy habits. Which is why the only thing I talk about when we do the psychology classes. Like, you need to be true to yourself. Have an honest conversation and actually deal with your problems. If you have a bad day and the first reaction is to immediately close and then never look back at those trades again and pretend it didn't happen, you're not going to get better. I promise. If you got lucky and your break-even position, your position that was insanely red went back to break-even, and you feel good about yourself at the end of the day for holding that, and you close it and then don't review that trade, you're not going to get better. It's going to happen again, and it's going to blow up your account next time. Deal with your shit. Yeah, it's super hard to rewire your brain. You have to do it in small incremental steps, right? And reward yourself for good behavior. Your goals can't be I'm gonna make $1 million. Your goals have to be like, I stopped out of a bad trade and didn't let it go red, and I'm proud of myself. I caught myself. Another one's like, I caught myself being emotional. I caught myself not understanding what was going on and getting FOMO, and I stopped trading, right? I waited, I pulled back. Like, you have to give yourself credit when credit is due, and not just on like a green trade that you screenshot, but like on the red trades as well that you stopped out and realized you were wrong. Like, those are the moments you should be proud of yourself, where you applied risk management and saved your account. And then think back to the days where you wouldn't have done that, and you would have been in an emotional turmoil for the rest of the day watching your red trade, right? Like, those are the moments you should be proud of yourself, because as soon as you get those into control, you will be green. 90% of you will be green as soon as you cut that shit out. Little end of day rant. Watch our reoffer here into 209.50. Some divergence with NQ and RTY. Looking to see if the Russell double tops here at 43.1, or if we can build some acceptance up at the highs. NQ definitely looks better than ES, with us maintaining value at 188, right? If Russell double tops here, you are fully dependent on NQ to be able to maintain this 188 flag here. So far, everything kind of looking like a double top on the shorter time frame. Need to see a buy or lift very, very soon. Do you regulate yourself during the day? What does that mean? Affirmations can work for some people. Some people, they really help. I think that they can be good. I think like having a checklist of like the rules that you want to follow in the day, reminding yourself, and then like checking in with those rules and seeing like how you're doing, right? Are you being accountable to your rules? I think could be probably better than affirmations. I think affirmations are kind of a cop-out in my opinion, but I know for some people they are like the truth. So I don't want to like demean them. Because I know some people like really need to hear that stuff, but I think like having a period maybe like every hour, or you know, like a check-in with yourself and being like, hey, am I being accountable? Am I following my rules? Am I doing what I'm saying? Am I practicing what I'm preaching, right? Am I doing the things that I want that are going to like make me a better person and make me a better trader, or am I still lying to myself, right? Like, you need to check in with yourself, and it's going to be a different period of time for each person, and you guys all have like your own quirks that you have to work on, right? But like having those kind of conversations, I think, is the best thing you can do for yourself. Again, it's like, it's all just accountability at the end of the day. Like, we've made the indicators, we've got the things, we tell you, we've shown you the areas to trade around. It's up to you to then do it, right? Like the biggest part that you have to work on is yourself, is just that aspect, and you're golden. Like, you can stay here all day and actively trade. Yeah, I can, but like, you need to realize that I usually don't trade midday. Like, I'll just sit here and talk with you guys. and maybe I'll take like 1 or 2 trades in the afternoon, in like the midday. But like most of my trades are done at like 10 to 12:30, and then like 1:30 to 2, if anything. But like most of my trading is done like size wise after the first like hour and a half of the day, and then it's just like scalps. I really don't think trading midday is good for you. I really don't. But like, again, that's like a personal thing for me. I just think that the action just is god awful. It's all like a value thing. Like, how many points can you get in X amount of time, right? And like, there's definitely points to be made midday, but it, on average, at least for me, this is anecdotal, but it feels like it takes about 3 times as long to make the same amount of points that I made in the first hour of the day, and the last hour of the day. It takes about 3 times as long midday. And that has a huge emotional burden on me if I'm trying to trade. But like, if you're patient, if you're like just willing to trade the range, like I still have an ES runner here from the lows that I'm just chilling in. Like if you, I don't know, I mean, it's just, as soon as you like start to be honest with yourself, it doesn't feel too bad, and you'll know when you're comfortable trading or not. Like I'm 90% of the time I'm not taking a single trade, or I'm trading like 1 lot in the morning until I feel comfortable and I've got a good read and we've like gone through the action and things have built and I'm seeing what I want to see. Like I'm trading much smaller until I feel comfortable in the market. If your like average trade is the same size every time, I don't think that you are following a rule set that's real. Because you shouldn't be putting the same amount of risk into every trade, because the setup shouldn't have the same grade, right? Things have different quality. And like, you should be able to know if something is good or not. Like that should be part of like, before you take the trade, you should be like, what are the factors that make this an okay trade to take? And how much size should I be risking? That might be like the one downside to sim accounts and to like prop firms, is maybe it doesn't feel real to you. You trade your own money and it'll feel real really quick when you're taking a retarded trade. The same reason why a lot of the times I don't trade news. I just won't touch it, because I understand what can happen on a bad news candle. You can blow up an account. You want to be down 50K on real money because you were wrong at the wrong edge and then a news candle happened? That might be like the one downside to prop. It's also the plus side to prop. But like, if you have a bad mentality, it's terrible for you. You have to like train yourself to respect it and not gamble with it. Like, yes, you have way less risk, and it's nice to be able to not, you don't have to sell your house because you over leveraged your account on a FOMC day. But also, like, you're building terrible habits by doing that when you ever go to like your own personal account. And you think you're going to trade differently on your prop account as with after doing shit like that? Holy, what do you know? Back to POC here. Need to see if we can get back over 85s. Just like before, you want to see this offer as you want your sellers to be loaded here, and you want to see a look below. Remember what happened last time we were here. You wanted to look below 67s. We traded to this value low. We found a buyer. We then saw this become resistance, right? This is where you want to see that offer sit. Going to go down that full push right into here. If this becomes supportive again, you look back up. Later, Nikki. All right. You guys have any questions? I don't know. I'm just like ranting on today. Anything you guys want to talk about before I dip? I'll be here tomorrow, of course, 9:30 a.m. But like, was this good at the end of the day? Did you get a better feel for the market? You were struggling in the morning? Did you come back? I'm telling you, man, like just go review some of the pictures and with the full text and like the write out, and then like look back on today and compare. Right? Like that's the only way you're going to get better is by analyzing those so that you can find those, like you need the visual reference. All right, I'm glad. That's huge. Like that, you'll get it. Yeah. That's awesome, Sin. You know, like always, like DM me if you want to talk about it. I will respond when I can, but like, please, if you have any questions or you want to like just review or even just want a fucking pat on the back, feel free to DM. Yeah, I'm very similar, Nick. Like, I'm really bad at things at first, and then I will work my ass off where I have to like visually like draw it out. I have to like write it out for myself. It's the same thing for games, where I'm like pretty bad at games at first, but like I will work on it until I am good. I will figure it out. Like I have to. I don't know. I definitely don't get things right away. I go through like an entire process, but once I do, I'm usually pretty solid. All right, I'm gonna go let my dog out while it's still sunny and not winter. You guys have a good rest of your day. I will see you all tomorrow at 9:30 a.m.